Hello everybody, how you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I've got a bit of a headache, but other than that, I'm feeling pretty good. We are going to work on some World of Warcraft programming today. The first thing that we're actually going to do is we're going to test our work. So, I, have been rather busy. Uh, I can't remember what I last streamed, but at least for right now, I managed to get most of the landscapes to build. In that, you know, if it detects that there are no, if there are no masks, it won't. It'll build one material and it'll be happy and every hunky dory and all that. If it detects any masks, it's going to build all of them. What I would love to do today, but I don't expect to do today, would be I would love to figure out a way of getting it so it only builds the masks that it needs, and then only builds the materials that it needs, and properly associates the materials to the proper part on the mesh. I tried implementing a version of that, and it did not work. It either crashed the whole program, or ignored one or more aspects of the whole thing. I mean, getting it to only export the MCALs that we need, that is easy. That is simple. Getting it to, you know, do anything else apparently is hard. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at for today. First thing I really want to do, though, is, as you can probably see, is I'm trying to import and save all of the Azeroth EDT files. Because I want to try and do a massive import. I want to see what happens. This is going to take a while, so there's going to be a lot of us just kind of sitting and waiting for things to compile and work, but it should not be that bad. So, first things first, let's get a little bit of music going. I actually did have a crash when I was trying to import doodads on the two landscapes that you can see right here in front of us. I can't, show you what's going on right now because I'm currently saving, a whole bunch of Azerothian ADT files, and I've got more to import, so, there's all that. In the meantime, I suppose what we could do is do some theory crafting on the code. Kind of what I was looking at with doing the materials is, or rather the chunked versions. Sorry. Here is the code for actually building up the materials. The problem is, what I want to do is actually put a limiter in here so it only grabs the ones that, it only builds these materials and, does all this material magic if its material has a what's it? But now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, if it only has an ADT. Otherwise, yeah, if it has any layer masks, or, yeah, MCALs. If this has any MCALs, we should, build a material for it. I tried setting something up like that, but it just would not work. I tried a few different ways, and it just did not work. I don't know why. What I'm thinking of right now, yeah, and in theory, it should be that, all the materials are used in one. Are using material 0. The problem is, material 0 isn't always material 0. So, after you've already, increased the last material, how do you, defend against that? I mean, I suppose what I could do... Yeah, let's try this. Alright, so... if layer mask list contains... Oh. Is it going to see what I need it to do? See? Probably not. Let's... Oop. So if it has index, checking for index will let us see what the number of layer masks is, correct? No, this is just a list. It's just checking to see that there is one. So, if layer mask contains that, and the layer mask num is less than 256. Well, actually, no. If the layer mask number is greater than 0, if it detects that the layer that is in there, we do all this. And let's wrap that. Else material ID equals 0. In theory, this should work. I don't know, should I tell it that it's a fresh material? No. You know, I kind of feel like I want to push this into the group first. Alright, MDM. Actually, MDG, material data, num, if num is greater than 0, MDM equals 0. So, if that is greater than 0, we're going to make our current material the 0 material. And then we make sure that our material ID is set to 0, which probably would already be set. So I don't think we need to set that again. This could probably now be an else if. No more else's about it. No more else's. That actually might do a vast majority of what we need to do. Alright, if chunked and layer mask equals. And or num layer masks are less than 256. No, just that. I could probably add the, yeah, let's add this. and their mass contains index. Else. If. How's this doing? Still slaving away. I was hoping we'd get through that before I, get to a point where I want to do a build. Or number is less than 256. And MDM material index equals 0. Do I even need this part? Actually, do I need any of this? Just if material AD equals 0. That works across all of them. Actually, no, that doesn't. So if that or that, else if num is greater than 0 and MDM dot material ID equals 0, okay. I have no idea if this will work. Probably not. The big issue is making sure that the mesh actually has the proper blocks. So, the big issue with this has been, we have our 16 by 16 grid. Well, let's say that this block and this block have maps, but all the rest do not. We want it to only build this. So all the others would all be one material, but these two would be separate materials. That is what we're trying to figure out how to do. And that is what we want it to do. If, something like this does not work, it probably means that we have to refactor the whole, concept. I'd rather not do that if we can avoid it, but, sometimes you can't avoid refactoring in order to make things work. At the moment, we're just waiting for this, and it looks like it's almost done. And once it's saved, we can actually start doing some tests. Definitely going to shut it down, do a new build, see if this works at all. That'd be nice. The good news is we're working on functionalities and not storage data. So, we're already storing all the data correctly. So, in case anybody is wondering what we have left to do with this, I mean, it looks like it's, it looks like it's doing pretty well, and not necessarily. There are actually a couple of issues here. One, of course, being the landscapes. It'd be nice to find a solution to that. And right now, the best I can come up with is build a massive landscape and try to import the data into just a small section. I don't know if that will work, but it might solve some of these height mismatches we're having. The proxies don't seem to be helpful as much as I would hope. But, yay. Once we get this imported and looking good, that's great. Then we have to work on other versions. Right now we've got one version of the code importing. It works mostly, and it's actually looking pretty good. I'm actually really impressed with it. There's some quality of life issues we need to fix, like getting the ADTs to compress down a lot of their data. That would just solve a lot of issues. The biggest issue with the way we're doing the materials right now is I don't quite know. Actually, no. We can do vertex colors, and that's actually something we need to work on. Is testing and implementing vertex color support. That's definitely going to be needed when we go to Northrend. Not so much Outland and all the others. But definitely Northrend. Let's see. Once we have that done, we'll pretty much be good for support on Wrath of the Lich King and behind. We're still going to test. We're going to make sure it works with 1.0. We're going to make sure it works with 1.12. We're going to test it out with 2.43. We know it works with the last version of Wrath of the Lich King. I don't know if we're going to test it on any previous versions, but my train of thought is if it works on the final version, it will work. Only with 1.0 and forward do I whenever there's a major format change, that's when I'm concerned about compatibility. But if it works with 1.0 all the way up to Wrath of the Lich King, that means we've got those three done. And you can pretty much test that just by testing Wrath of the Lich King, which is what we're doing. After we get the ADTs working, the way we want in these versions, then comes the hard part: building, telling it teaching it the chunked format introduced in Cataclysm. Now, that's not going to affect any of the Unreal Engine side stuff. That's mostly we got to make sure that it's inputting the data correctly when we read the files. So that's just that side issue. We need to get the water to actually look correctly, and I'm pretty certain that there are flow maps of some kind somewhere in some version or variation. Getting that to build, getting the materials to automatically build, that's going to be a big thing. We do a lot of that right now, but there's still more to do. So I'll be happy when we can fully import all of Azeroth. It'd be nice if I could do that with a single click, but I don't think that's going to be an easy thing to do. I also probably need to add a whole bunch of quality of life issues, like the importing of assets and stuff. I need to do a slow roll on all that. Oh, good, this is finally finished. All right, so you can see over here we actually have the water importing, and if you could see underneath all this fog, you would actually see the landscape. So if I click on this, though, you should see there's the landscape down there. And this one up here, that is one of the tricky ones, because there are actually there's actually some edge masks in here. I don't know why, but they are. And then that one, so that one's going to be a troublesome one to deal with. But I think I've imported all the landscapes horizontally up to here. This would be the next row, but we're not going to worry about that just yet, because we are going to close and we are going to build. And I realized I'm in the wrong scene for that. That's okay. We're going to build this and see if this does what we need it to do. I feel like there needs to be something else in here. Oh, you know what? We probably need to do a change to this. Yeah. So this would be if that else if okay, so MGD material. So that's actually where we just do boop, boop, boop. And MDE material ID equals 0. So here we just want to make sure that the material ID is 0 before we put this data into the 0 slot. This is probably going to bork things, but that's why I do a bit of a save before we. Yeah, this is why I do a commit on the code before we start, because sometimes we need to backpedal. It's good to see what we did. So. I hope this works. I'm concerned I added too much, and it's not going to work the way I want it to. But doing this whole refactor part, this is the troublesome part. I know this part, the in between materials, the the build the polygon stuff, that works. I know that for certain. It's just getting and assigning, you know, the materials and all that. That's the troublesome part. Alright, what is this render stuff? We're getting contains nan. I'm getting this report, it's just I don't know what's causing it. And none of it looks like it's connected to what I'm doing, but, you know, it's got to be connected to what I'm doing. Alright, let's come over here. Let's grab this guy. And landscape mesh. Come here. Delete. You can see it actually is already optimized to only create the mcals that we need, not the not anything else. Right, create terrain. Oh. Well, that was a partial success. Here we are. Those are the 4 that need the materials. And it created the water plane, so... we do need to actually tell it to not import the mcals if it detects the mcals already put in here. Okay, so it's actually doing what I want it to do. The problem now is getting it to actually build the 0 all around it. Because you know, if we come in here and take a look, you know, it built some of the polygons. Is that one of the polygons? Sure, it looks like one of the polygons. Let's see, isolate. Oh, yeah, 2 of them are using the same material? That's not right. Chunk 0. That's... So... should be like that. I'm not seeing a chunk 0 highlighted over there, so... Okay, that's water. Okay, I don't think that's actually a chunk. I think that's just a crazy thing. So that's chunk 0. That's 1. That's 2. And that's 3. So... they're actually wrong. It's doing what I want, but it's got the wrong numbers. Okay, let's close this. So somewhere in here I actually have the wrong code, and I don't know where. We're just going to add it straight up. So where is the ad? There it is. No, we need the one at the very end. Yeah, that one. Okay, so if that or that. Okay. So I think that's probably going to be closer to what we need to do. It's just adding the first material first. Just makes things a little bit easier. Let's see if it's just that simple. You never know. Alright, let's just wipe all this out. Alright, so when we build this, it should now build everything correctly. Nope. Okay, material 0 is still being used as that one. So somehow we're not getting material 0 made. Alright, well, the material is being made. I'm not worried about the actual material itself. What I'm worried about is the fact that we're not getting any mesh data. Alright, so let's look at it this way. We're chunked and the layer maskless. So this is where we're at. This is what's being done. So, currently we have MDM. That's our, level 1. If the layer mask contains... Okay, so we're going to fail this. Else if MDM equals... So that should be that. And then these points get added. And now we're chunked. The layer masks are higher, but this one does not contain information, so that just stays in MDM. At which point, we come through here, we're chunked, there's more than one layer mask, we are not in here, so that should be setting us back up. Okay, we are chunked. There are more than one layer mask. We are not in there. We are in there. Is it just... Yeah, let's just put this to 0. Just manually. Alright, let's come down here. Alright. Setting. Block index %I to master material or to 0 material data to mat data 0. To material data %I. Setting poly block. That's going to be a pretty important distinction when we get down here. All right. Updating polyblock. With polyblock %I with material ID of %I. Ooh, actually, what if that didn't have that? To updating polyblock material data %I. Material data %I. To material with ID of blank. Okay, so index followed by the map index followed by material ID. Setting polyblock eyes. I don't have index anymore. Alright, this would be processing polyblock, processing polygon data. Processing point data. Creating new material with ID for point data. For point data block, %I. So last material. Well, actually, let's just grab this. That way it's not misunderstanding anything. Getting material info, material 0, material data 0. Four-point block. Okay. Let's see if this helps. It should help. We put in a whole lot of logging, so we should get a better idea of what's going on. Secrets of Udalar. Bitch, I've got enough secrets. bit of popcorn stuck in my teeth. Alright. Alright, here we go. Yahoo! Alright, so we're getting the same thing, but we didn't really do anything important. Alright. A lot of asserts going on. What's going on with these? Oh, it's having trouble finding files. I'm gonna have to do a entity wipe here in a bit. Okay. So, you know what? It'd probably be better if I just bring this up in the text log. Because then we can go over it a lot easier. Alright, let's close these other things. Okay. There's those errors. Here we are. So, building ADT points, processing point data. Point block. Material 0. Creating new material with ID 1 for point block 23. Okay. 23 equals 1. 27 equals 2. 3 and 4. Alright. So here we are at the polygon block. So it looks like we're getting the right thing. So it looks like the points are actually there. Is there a way for me to actually see points in here? Show vertices. Yes, please. It's only showing me the vertices of the stuff that's don't show sockets. Don't show the grid. Simple, complex, physical material masks. Alright, so this can't show me the points. It can only show me points in relation to mesh data. Vertices. That's a heck of a lot of vertices and not a lot of triangles. Even so, that looks comparable. How many are in here? I'm just curious. 2,000, almost 300,000 points for vertices in that. Whereas in this, we're getting a third of that. Why are we getting a third of that in just 4 blocks? Oh, you know what? It's the water. That's probably where most of the, polygons are. So, in truth, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I mean, the quickest way for me to do this would be to add some way of, like, you know... Well, we could actually add in the whole separate mesh for the water setup. And then we're only dealing with that, and then that will, you know, make things a little easier. Alright, well, let's get back to this. No, I don't want to reload it. Why did it go back to the top? Okay, so now we're looking at polygon data. Actually, yeah, let's... Okay, so block ID. Why are we not... Okay, yeah. Set polygon block index 0 to material ID 0. Updating material 0 with a material ID of 0. So that's all working as intended? Oh, you know what? Ah. Okay, so this part seems okay. So let's see. Updating polygon block zeros, material ID, with the material ID of 1. So it looks like it's gathering in the data correctly, but at some point it stops. Alright, and at the very end, setting polygon material, setting block material 0. Okay. So, in looking at it, I think I have this code correct. So I guess now it's the actual generation code that's the issue. Okay, clear section 0. That's the problem. Okay, so that's the problem with the naming convention issue. Is that we're just going through by material data, not by, you know, the actual indexes. But that doesn't explain. I mean, that's a somewhat easy fix, actually. It doesn't explain some of the other issues we're having, though. Do I have anything in this where I can... No, but I could add something to that. Okay, so peak definition, fmesh material data. Let's come down here, create some new datas. Both of these are going to be in int32. Actually, they're bu int. Call this index X, and this will be index Y. Yeah, that'll work. All right. So now, what we can do is come here, index X equals index X. And that would be Y. But now we have to come back here. MDM index X equals block X. MDM index Y equals block Y. Lowercase block. Alright. So with that, that should fix the naming scheme. But it still doesn't fix why our zero material wouldn't be... It's probably that. Didn't hit me until right this second. That could be it. I mean, actually, I thought about that a while back, but I was thinking, oh, no, it's probably not that. No, it's that. Because if you are chunked, you do need to increase the point counter. uint32 is not supported? Fine, just int32. I mean, in truth, this just could be an 8, a uint 8. Or a 16. Or a VAR card, 12. Or. While we wait for this, let's come in here. Where are we importing the updates? Generate water mesh data. Ah, here we are. All right, asset, or F asset helpers, import asset. Oh wait, this one's in memory, isn't it? All right. If what was it? View package, tools, asset exists. No. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, just is as this. Yeah, just if F asset is asset imported. Here. Continue. I don't know if I want to put an error or a warning in here. I think just silently. It's probably, yeah, let's just silently fail. We're going to actually do that test in a bit, because we're going to have to recompile, but That should fix one or two things. Okay. So this is actually, part of the problem I had earlier. Is this, there was only one material added. The good news is it did actually grab the correct indexes for these. So just the water. Yep. So somehow we got only the water. Look at all those vertices, though. That's enough vertices for us to have the whole landscape, but that's probably just the water. So it's almost 100,000 vertices just for the water. Shit. I'm just glad we got the names correct for the chunks. Now we just have to get the data correct. I just don't know what's going on with that. I don't really see anything that can help. Wait, detected degenerate triangles? This is probably it. Okay. So it could be that when I did this, that caused that problem. I still think that's probably more right. Actually, let me take a quick look at something. Yeah, ew. We want to bet it's that. I'm writing my own importer. How am I getting, degenerate triangles? Although, it could be that, you know, this whole degenerate triangle issue is actually where we're getting the, why the bigger landscape isn't being generated. I don't want to have to build the... you know, bigger, badder sections of the mesh, but I should be able to say, you know, these ones have this material and these ones have this material. Okay, so those show up again. Warning, degenerate triangles. Found with non-unique vertices. Alright, I'm going to save everything with the static mesh. Delete the static mesh. Create again. And it just... nope. It imported the MCALs. Final package. Base packaging. Yeah, that's what I want to look for. Base packaging. Okay, so definitely had a problem there. I feel like this needs to be added. But when I did that, it deleted all of the meshes. Alright, I think I know what's going on. First things first, let's set this to the first one. I mean, it should always be there, so actually let's just straight up just do that. So by default, we're just going to assume we're working from this guy. And then if that's different, then that's different. And that's fine. There shouldn't be any particular problems. So now, when we come down here... let's do an else. Zero equals NPM. So if you're not in here, you're in here. That might work. And hopefully that will spread all the points out. Um, here, let's basically do the same thing. You know, we're here. Let's assume that we're working off of 0, 1. And only change that if we meet certain conditions. Okay. We'll see. Hey, Deedway, how you doing? Oh. Come on, compile. I want to get this fixed. Don't want any more of those goddamn degenerate polygons. And also because it will make our importing way better. If we only need to build the materials for the materials that we need, that works out. So we're kind of refactoring, but kind of not. I'll tell you what, though, if I get this working, I'm making a commit immediately. I'm not going to lose any progress on this. It's going really well, actually. We're working on an improvement to our chunked material setup. But as you're going to see here in a moment, when it works fantastic. I'm actually getting landscape that looks like the WoW landscape. We're going to get these two ADTs in here. Yeah, look at that. We come down here, it looks pretty good, except for these lines. I got to figure out what's going on with that. So we have to do net. And the nice part is, these are mostly editable. It's not, the ideal, go in and paint new masks and all that, but it is plausible, and we can actually make changes with the materials. What I'm trying to do right now is, these are a fully used material. Landscape over here is one that uses literally only one material, which is used for the underwater thing, but we've got some edge cases, and one of them, right here, has 4 materials, and then a global material. The problem is, we can't get it to, build everything the way we want. So we're trying to slowly fix that. And hey, look, that actually looks like it fixed that. Except, are these holes? Yeah, these are now holes. So, it now does the inverse of what we were having it do. on the plus side, it did not import new MCALs, so at least there's that. Yeah, we got the missing materials now. So we highlight that. So that's... I'm just glad we got that working. So now comes the issue of getting it to actually fill in these missing sections, which I honestly don't know why they're missing. I didn't change that code significantly, did I? If, yeah. Yeah, that should be correct. And we're adding a new material. Yep, placement index, yes. And if I check over here, create a new material. Index, yep. Okay, yeah. Sending up polyblock 23. Yeah. It looks like it should work, so... Either the points, for some reason, don't work. But it looks like it's making the material, and it's creating the new material. That's what we had. Yeah, processing point data, creating new material. So this actually got called. So, okay, so in the instance where we actually, I can just merge this in, because we're looking for all of that. Okay, so you're chunked, layer masks are greater than 0, and the layer masks contains the current index. Build a new material. That's what it's doing. So we're in here, we put in all our data. Now we come down here, we're chunked, we're layered, and we contain, so this should be correct. Adds the material data, which should include all the points. Come down here. If we're chunked, if the layer mask, if this includes, and that. Setting polyblock 23. To material data 1. So, yeah, okay. Grab all the triangles. Layered chunk and contains equals true. It's really the same code all the time. Alright, updating polyblock 23's material data 1 to a material with an ID of 1. Yeah. So I do not know why those are failing. So somehow they're degenerates. Because point counter goes up. Alright, unit 32, unit 32 actually. Local point counter equals point counter. Local point counter equals 0. Paste, delete, delete, and delete. That's probably it. We're having point counter issues. And I couldn't just set point counter to 0 because that would mess up all the others. Sometimes I just gotta pay attention to those, degenerate warnings. Who wants to take bets that this works? I don't, because I'm not certain of it. I want to think that it works. I'm pretty certain that this was the issue, but, you never know. You never know. You never know. You never know what bug is next. And we'll find out. I would love to end tonight with just importing all of Azeroth without any problems. But getting this particular edge case, fixed actually makes things a lot easier for us. Because, we don't have to worry about generating all this excess, data when we re-import stuff or just import stuff. Fixing that import, issue with the MCALs. That's probably going to make a lot of headaches go away. But this one edge case just gonna make things a lot better in so many ways. Storm Song Valley. Alright. Create terrain. Ooh, water up top. Full thing down below. Let's take a quick look. Hey, we got we got 5 materials going out. Nice. Nice. Sweet. And look at that. It only made 4 material. It only made 5 materials. And that's because it only needed that. So, save. We have completed that mission. Huzzah! Which unfortunately means all of these assets need to be deleted. Just so many assets that we just do not need now. And there's probably some up above too, but it's just now that we have it at this point. Commit. I'm making a commit. All right. Yes, force delete all of that. Burn it down, all of them. Okay. So, got that done, that, and this. I should probably remove a lot of the talking points in here. or a lot of the logs. But, you know, I'm just going to let that slide for right now. Alright. Commit. So now I cannot slide backwards from this point. I am happy. And we're still waiting for all this to get deleted. Just so we can recreate it. Frankly, I should probably do this with all the materials, all the objects. Ugh. I should probably also test this on 3249. So one of the things I'm actually looking at, I want to do, is actually create some quality of life functions. Because, you know, we got the generate terrain, you know, place WMOs, place doodads, create materials, import mcals. We don't need import mcals anymore, because that'll automatically get done when we do created terrain. Same's true with materials. Place doodads and place WMOs, those could use some work. You know, what I'm actually thinking I want to do is, you know, we have our ADT functions. I can create a new one that, you know, is basically a pre-function, you know, grouping, where it's, you know, import WMOs, import doodads, and then you do the placing. So, like, the import would actually, you know, attempt to import the actual MMOs and get them pretty much all set, so that when we place them, we can actually, you know, set down the mesh. The doodads actually do that right now. Is when you do place doodads, it'll try to import them automatically whenever you place them down. Waiting for static mesh is a lot. Yeah. Alrighty. Now, in theory, it should just work with outfit. Yeah, if we were to come here and re-import this guy. Yeah, in theory, just delete, and this should just straight up work. I love that I can actually see the roads on these. Yep, force delete. Force delete! Oh. And somewhere in here is going to be a desire to increase my RAM again. No, I don't need that window open for right now. Close that. Oh, that's not going to actually close. Finally, delete your assets. I want to find out what's going on with the why the MCALs are giving me lines. I mean, they look great from far away. All right, let's see. Does this work? Still, it should. There should be no problems with it. I definitely need to put in a slow task, though, so people know that their whole system didn't just freeze up. So that will probably be something that we work on improving. Oh. We crashed. Why did we crash, though? There's lots of possibilities. We'll just see if it's, something I did or... Okay, yeah. Index array. 256 out of possible 256 on the actor line 257. Alright, actor line 257. Ah. Of course. Oh my god. I can just use the indexes. Because I just have to reverse this. Actually, I want to set these to 32. 21, yes, I wanted on 21. Equals y times... What was it? Yes, ADT cells per block. Plus X. Correct? Yep. So let's come down here and set that to index. Which really is a better choice. Now that I look at it, it's just going through this, it would always fail if we had too many surfaces, and that's true. But now we're getting this information from our group info, and if it doesn't have that, if terrain equals null pointer. I'm going to set these both to -1. And index is greater than or equal to 0. And index y is greater than or equal to 0. So this is not going to run if either of these are -1. But this is why we also check some of this code, because we can guess that something's going to work and be fine, but you never really know. Oh,
The Siege of Worlds. I don't know why you've come here, but I know I can show you out. Your world is at an end, for we are coming for it.
You know we're your future, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's just being ignorant.
Pitiful human. You just don't want us to take over your world.
No, I don't want you to take over your world.
What?
You heard me. You won. Already. Why are you trying to take it over again? In the past. You know we've got better spells now, right? Do you even know what a night elf is?
Crazy creatures.
Please, talk to your son.
I don't have a son.
Okay. Create terrain. Okay, now we're having an exception. Allocation, what? Actor 730. 136. Correct? Yep. If not that is if not Matt. if Matt. Continue. There should be a log somewhere. There we are. Unable to find generate a material instance for section %I, which is section index. Yeah, sometimes it is magic, and sometimes the magic works, and sometimes it doesn't. What we're basically dealing with right now is, I created, some nice functions. I got things working, and now I'm trying it on a more standard ADT file, and I'm finding errors. So now I'm going through and adding corrections and protection so it doesn't crash when I try to build the new, landscape. Terrain. I need to be calling it terrain because terrain is easier to keep in mind. Landscape is a specific type of terrain in Unreal Engine. One that I would like to be able to use. But for right now, we're getting crashes, and I'm trying to fix them. It's all you can do, one bug at a time. Sometimes you can do more than one bug at a time, but that's often where you have problems. So basically what we're doing is we're coming here, we're looking for at a procedural mesh, we're trying to get the material for the section. If we can't get the material, we try to create one. If we can't create one, we didn't have this problem before, but if we can't create one, now we're just putting out an error, hey, we can't create a material for this section, and then we're continuing our loop. Whereas before, it was, if it didn't find one, it'd get here and go, hey, wait, I can't do this, and crash. So we just added that little protection, and we should be doing stuff like that all throughout, but sometimes I just go a little fast because I need to get the stuff done. If I can get this this ADT file to build, then we'll be fine. Alright, what is this? Edit condition? ADT actor. Edit condition. Let's see, actor. There. Let's see, edit condition, landscape type. Oh, looks like it worked. I want to see about this. Alright, different types, huh? Let's see. Water mesh type. Ah. Okay, so that was just an old thing that didn't get updated. Because one of the things I did was I switched from landscape mesh type to terrain mesh type. So that was just that little bug. Alright, it looks like it worked just fine. We got all these bugs dealt with. It looks actually really good. Still got that line going through it. And we can see some really bad ones right here. But I'm not too worried about that right now. Alright, and I think... I don't know about you guys. Okay, that was just one material. Yeah, okay, so those are probably all fine. This is where I was having the problem. Alright, so we'll start with this. Actually, first things first. Collect the actors. And let's make sure all the ADTs get properly linked up. So what I did is I selected my WDT actor, which is, the world, terrain, definition file, I think. Or world definition terrain, or something like that. I have no idea what WDT and ADT means. But I know what it is. It's, ADT is a chunk of the world terrain. WDT is a parent terrain thing. And so I just use that to, get everything to work correctly. It's basically all the ADTs are a subset of the WDT. And I can use that to determine, okay, which ones are actually here, which ones aren't. And I've written this place ADT file. It will generate ADTs, nodes, these little dots that you see on the screen. And it detects if one already exists in the set, and if so, it will relink it to the asset for that, if it detects it. So what I'm doing right now is I just imported a whole bunch of new ADT assets, and right now I'm just telling it to link up, and now I'm saving the assets so I don't have to relink them later. Because I would like to just grab a whole bunch and hit import and see what happens. I do need to actually go through here and create the new water setup so that we can actually have water as a separate mesh. Because sometimes you need that. But it's nice that I got the combined method working really well. So, at least there's that. And with all these new optimizations, it just makes things way easier. For the end user. Me? I'm going nuts. Alright, let's see, what do we got? Okay, got that. That's good enough. Commit. Just want to make sure that all those changes got saved. And I had some time anyways. Alright, let's build all those. Let's see, that would be 47, 48, through the end of 50. So this is going to take a little bit, but shouldn't be that bad. Especially since we've already optimized all the code. So... what the hell? Why did that not... Okay. Okay. Okay, that one's fine. This one. Yeah. And then these ones are water down below. What in the hell happened? So that one works. Well, that one did work. I have a feeling if I were to rebuild it now, it would not. So unable to generate material for section 0 for 3249, huh? All right, here we are. 48. Unable to find a unit material for section 0. Oh. Section 0 of the water mesh. But that doesn't explain what this is doing down here. I mean, that should not look like that. Okay. So it's having problem building that. Okay. Okay, I think I get what's going on here. It's having trouble building our original mesh. Where's optic path? Oh, there's optic path. Okay. Base package. Plus material base name. You know what? I think I've worked it over here. With this. No. Because this is doing water mesh. if terrain does not equal a null pointer. Alright, what if I just take that out? You know, I put that in there for protections, but I'm wondering if maybe I shouldn't have. Now what I could do, if index equals less than 0, or index y is less than 0, continue. Well, do I do continue, or do I... Or do I gate this? Do I make it so that, you know, if it's greater, then we, you know, have all this to do? That might be the more appropriate way. It's greater than -1, or actually we can just make greater than or equals to. And this would have to be an and, because we want both those to be greater than. Alright. Alright, so yeah, I'm good with that. Hopefully that will fix this. We'll find out. We'll find out after a word from our sponsor. Oh. So, let's see now. On the assumption that this works, what do we do then? Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try to import all of Azeroth and see if there's any other issues. Because if we find another issue, we can fix that, and you know, I want to see all of Azeroth imported all at once. I suppose then we should probably test Kalimdor, Outlands, and then we could proceed to Northrend. Alright, let's test this before I make the commit. Oh, actually, no, screw it. Just amend the last. I do have some automation test errors to fix. A lot of the properties inside the formats need defaults. I'd still like to know what's going on with this. Why is the renderer having issues? Alright. Let's start with just one. Okay, that's water. And that looks like it's land. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. If index x, actually I could just do, no, if and or, we'll just do that. This would be an else. Alright. Save. So that's basically what the that particular issue was. Alright, so that should set the material to the first material. So yeah, if it's less than that, or less than that, so that should be good. Yeah, I know I'm speaking in riddles, but it makes sense to me. Okay, so the whole idea behind this was, we're grabbing indexes, and I have these defaulted to -1. The problem is, when we get to the original material instance name, that wasn't getting any values assigned to it. So the original material had no texture. So if your index is less than 0, or you're on either X or Y, then we're going to set your layer 0 to the first texture. Just as, kind of a nice standard thing. Hopefully that works just fine and we don't get grass on top of our water. I don't think so, because water is pretty much handled somewhere else. But, if your index is greater than both, then it should run through all this where it actually goes through the chunk indexes. And that's what we want. Find a bug, pass it around. 99 bugs in the code. 99 crashing bugs. Patch went down, pass it around. 2,323 bugs of code. That's almost always how it goes. You have 99 errors. You patch one, and then you get 126. Eventually, it does go down. Mitigating your errors is one of the big things. There's all that. There's all that. Oh, did we already get rid of all that? I guess we did. We somehow got rid of all of that. Oh, wow, yeah, walls of errors. Yeah, there were entities that we need to get rid of, and apparently we did. Alright.
Create me a terrain worthy of Mordor.
Oh, that's looking promising. Yeah. Let's turn off the exponential fog for a moment. Perfect. Okay. Turn that back on. So now, if we come here and create all of 25, of row 25, create terrain. No problems. Decent terrain. Nice. Alright. Save all that. And there's so much less to save now because we did that optimization. Alright, so we got our first kind of batch up here. So let's do that. The fact that we have all these optimizations in here that makes this go so much faster is fantastic. I mean, the less we have to do, the better, and the fact that we can make all the materials working the way we want it is even better because it's going to make things even easier for the players. I mean, look at this. That just imported perfectly, but there's probably some just basic no nonsense in this one. I mean, how many materials are in here? Looks like a full. No, not 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it starts at 7, so we skipped a whole bunch of materials. And keep in mind, every time you add a material, you're adding at least one draw call. Same's true with mesh. Every time you do a new mesh, that's one draw call. The good news is where you can actually merge this all together into a single mesh, which if I bring up over here, for some reason is giving us problems. Why does it look like this? Why are all of these looking like this? I don't have mana enabled. If I play, does that do anything? Yeah, it doesn't really look like it. But you never know. But look at that. That looks like, Azeroth. Technically, that looks like the 10 Kingdoms. Looks like kingdoms. Kingdoms will fall. Now let's just finish off 26. Let's do them all. First of all, we should probably save these. And as we build up more of the landscape, it is going to take longer and longer to build and save. But these optimizations I made have definitely helped. I mean, you know, that one landscape we're looking at, rather than 256 materials, is only 119. So, good job. Alright, let's build all the rest of row 26. Or column. This is a column. Just really happy that we've kind of gotten to this point where I can just import all and we'll see what happens. The downside is these are static meshes and we'd have to take them into another software to edit them, although Unreal Engine 5 does have some, you know, mesh tools now. Now, something to keep in mind there's a good chance that I'm going to overload my PC, and it's either going to crash the game or something else. Performance could also be an issue. Preparing mesh distance fields 20. Plus one more action. It says so, right down there.
Preparing mesh cards. 1 plus 1 more.
There we are. Got some more underwater rounds, and you know, some things going on here, but you know, that's how it is in the code, how it is. Underwater. Underwater. This place is underwater. Alright. Yeah, we'll go to 30. And do 30 to maybe 50. This was a lot easier before I started importing all the other asset parts. By the way, people, you know, not just those in the stream, but on the YouTube watching this later, if you have a preference of what zone you would like to see, let me know. And we'll definitely work our way towards that. Eventually we will be importing all of Azeroth and Kalimdor and Outlands. I'm actually really happy that we haven't really ran into a coding issue so far. Yeah, I have a feeling I'll run out of memory before I run out of other issues. Oh yeah, there's a good chance I'll run out of video memory. I still have a pretty strong card, but you know, that's still... Oh, my RAM is pegged. Yeah, I definitely gotta put in slow functions. Yep, 22 gigs of RAM is being used by Unreal Engine right now. Surprisingly, my CPU usage isn't that high. Ah, we are gaining information. There we are. Return it to me. Yeah, we're going to have to work kind of slowly on some of this stuff because we don't want to go too fast and completely overwhelm my system. So it's probably a wise idea to save right now. But look at that. Now we're getting landscapes in here. Yay! These are the landscapes Blizzard doesn't want you to see. That's what it looked like back in, you know, Black and Vanilla and Wrath of the Lich King. And these are areas that you wouldn't normally see. I mean, this is up behind the undead starting areas. So. I am still looking forward to doing my remastering of Azeroth pre-Cataclysm. Because what I'd actually do is I'd take a lot of the Cataclysm era, you know, work that they did and integrate it into the original, you know, map that was used, you know, from vanilla all the way to Wrath of the Lich King. And just find that nice balance between the two where, you know, they mix and, you know, it's definitely vanilla, but it's also not. It's like the newer landscape around Stormwind, I prefer that. I think that's probably more accurate, and you're not having to deal with things like, you know, all these fake parts of the castle. I don't think any of that changed in the Cataclysm. So, using the newer Stormwind, I think would be more accurate to how Stormwind should be. Obviously, you can't use the damaged versions directly from 3 because, you know, it's got all the claw marks, the broken statues, and all sorts of stuff. Although I did love that they had that in there. But yeah, if you use, like, you know, some of the more modern ones. The big thing, though, is effectively recreating the Park District, which has, you know, which was lost during the Cataclysm and has since been, you know, reused as, you know, all sorts of other things. So actually kind of reverting that back, but making it, you know, still world encompassing, you know, making it actual meshes correctly. Still that round piece with the, you know, moonwell in the middle. I just think doing that that's going to be the fun part where you actually get to make a new stuff. Just to make the worlds fit. The other tricky part is going to be integrating the Ghostlands at the southern end with the most northern end of what's it? The Eastern Plaguelands. And the reason I say that is fairly simple. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Azeroth has never looked so good. Or not. Classic Azeroth has never looked this good. And we do need to replace the water with a better water setup. And you're probably saying that water looks great. What's wrong with it? And the answer is, it's not a WoW setup water. All right, let's go to 40. Yeah, we'll just do 10 at a time for a bit. Because we're starting to get into the trickier landscapes. Oh, maximum is 10 though. But yeah, the water I actually stole from, I think, Datasmith. So I'm either going to include my own water material, copy theirs and make some changes, or we'll create a brand new one that you'll basically import when you need water. There's a good chance we might actually make it do several, because you're going to need ocean water, you're going to need river water, you're going to need lake water, and some of these need to be able to merge together. So for right now, everything's just straight up water. It's just a little bit easier. This just all looks so good. We're never supposed to get this far. Looks like we're starting up here. Alright. Save all. Inch by inch, we recreate the world. Alright, at this point, I am fairly confident in saying that, there is no more, concern for the actual generation code. I don't think creating terrain is going to cause any more problems other than, hey, you ran out of memory. Although, I gotta say, it's actually doing pretty well. Yeah, we're at 9 gigs right now in Unreal Engine. So let's see what all of Azeroth does. And let's compare. Close that. We still have a lot more to do, and there's a lot more to import, because we're only going up through 31, which takes us through this row over here. I'll obviously have to do more importing later. Yeah, I think doing 10 at a time is probably going to be our maximum. And as we get into actual landscapes, we're probably going to have to shrink that down to like 5 or 6. But I'm actually starting to get really excited about this, because, this is actually starting to look good. Starting to get some nice underwater terrain over here. Okay. Oh, it's just 61. Okay, so yeah, we can probably... Yeah, we're still pretty much in the water, although we're starting to get out of the water. So we can goose it a little bit, but not much. After this, we'll save. Because right now we're at 6,000 objects, or 647 objects that we have not saved. I'm just actually really, really happy that we're at this point where I can import the landscape, create terrain, and it looks like Azeroth. That is just breathtaking to me. I mean, this has been my goal for, what, 30 streams now, it feels like? I think this is 26 or 27? Or is it 25? This might be 26. Let me check real quick. It's going to bug me until I know. Okay, I don't think I can do that many now. Because, my memory usage is at 98%, with 24 gigs of that going to Unreal Engine. So yeah, I thought we could get away with goosing it up to 61 and doing 11. I don't think we can. Not after this, at least. Now, the other day I actually did try to import, doodads, and actually had a, terrain doodads, and actually had a crash occur. I didn't quite investigate it. I was just like, what? Why? And I looked at it and went, eh. But we're probably going to have to get back to that, because that's actually the next step after we get all the landscape in, is start doing things like adding the WMOs and the doodads. And of course, my browser is going slow. Probably because all my RAM's being used up by Unreal Engine. I'm so glad I have my camera set up on the other computer, so I don't, lag out when my computer does. Curse doodads. Okay, basically World of Warcraft is broken up in the model, the world of World of Warcraft is broken up into 3 separate categories. The first is the terrain. That's what we're working on right now. The second is what's called WMOs, or World Model Objects. These are large building-like structures. So, whenever you, talk about, all the cities, pretty much, are, WMOs. Goldshire Inn is a WMO. The blacksmiths, basically anything that you can stand on or inside of is a world model object. I mean, there's even bridges that are world model objects. There are a few exceptions to this rule, but that's the general consensus, is that it's basically anything you can stand on or stand in. Anything that would be significantly large. What's going on here? Alright. I just got a message from Morphologist. Neat. He was just confirming a comment I put on his one of his videos. Alright, they're preparing the distant mesh fields. 2,000 objects to save. Anyways, we have the world model objects. Then we have the small, detail models. These are called doodads. These can be anything from a bucket to a picture hanging on the wall to, a shovel. There are some large doodads. Trees, for example, are considered doodads, which is odd, but it's true. Those are basically just, the models. And, okay, we ran into an issue, I think. Either that or it's just still preparing stuff. I think it's still preparing stuff. Let's wait a moment and find out. No, we are definitely experiencing an issue here. I don't know what, though. Also, what's going on over here? It's like it's getting a shadow from the water, but... or something even higher up. Alright. Well, this is why we do these. Okay, and the answer to my question... yeah, we're just going to save all this, just to be safe. This is 25. This is part 25. So, yeah, I've been doing this for 25 streams now. Uh, but yeah, it's nice seeing it actually do some of this stuff. This, however, and this, that's troublesome. So there's something going on with these two. We're going to have to check that out. After it's saved, of course. Okay, now I'm curious. What did Morphologist say? I just saw that he responded to my comment, but now it's got me curious. I'm also curious as to what's going on with these two blocks. Why does this one look like it have a shadow from the water, but I'm not seeing anything that would block it? Because, you know, the same water is right next to it, and it's not blocking it. And then what's going on with this? Why did this one turn out like that? This is why we're going to investigate. But first I want to investigate what this comment was. Alright. So basically what I said on the Morphologist videos, he did this video of the worst, ships in Star Citizen. And, I kind of commented on it that, the common denominator with all these is that, none of these got tested beforehand. Okay. All right. Something else to keep in mind, though, world model objects also have doodads. That's where, things like, chairs and tables and wall hangings are. If you look at a WMO without doodads, it's surprising how, empty it feels. Okay, so. Sure, yeah, we'll start with that one, I guess. $27.51. Why are you generating a shadow upon yourself? Explain your secrets. Okay, so while I'm loading stuff, but after I've saved, my RAM usage goes down significantly. It's interesting to note. And of course, Unreal Engine is now frozen, not responding. I want to. I'm saying it's suspended. No CPU usage. RAM is not moving. I suspect it's frozen. Borked beyond repair. So I'm just going to end it. I shall end it! And, okay, yep. Open this back up. Yeah, if I get all these ADTs to import and have that as kind of a playground for the next phase, that would actually be really nice. Which is making sure that all the WMOs import, followed by all the doodads. I'm just glad it looks like we completely fixed, most of the landscape, importing. So what was that final change I had to make? Oh yes, that. I'm just going to amend that to the last commit. We'll get there. Eventually. It's very interesting to see what the lineup is. Now, I am actually, I'm sure I've talked about this at various points, but I am looking at making my own MMO, and this is actually very fascinating to look at. I've most recently decided I want to do something very WoW-like. So, I'm not going to do WoW. No. I can't do that legally. I would like to, but I can't. But I can do something WoW-ish. The big thing is, getting the basic systems ready to go, and then it's world building after that. And I'm already starting to work on some of the history and lore. I got to figure out races and all sorts of stuff. And then I want to see if I can't nail down a good art style for it. I mean, doing something WoW-like would be nice, but, I'd rather do WoW Plus. Yeah, slightly cartoony, but still real nice, ray tracing and shadows and all sorts of stuff. I don't know, would people want MMO that they can log into from their phone? Play the MMO while you're on the bus? What are you doing? I'm going to work, but I'm also raiding this dungeon. Oh, I'm just doing my crafting. Oh, I've got like 3 dailies in town. I think for me the big part would be getting the music. Of course, I know people who know people, so maybe we could, find something that does well, works well. The good news is, with me doing an MMO, I can just do it straight in Unreal Engine. I don't have to, write a plugin and do conversions or anything like that. I can just make it. I really feel that storyline and characters are going to be very important. That's my biggest problem with most of the MMOs that I've seen lately. Is, yeah, they're not bad, but there's no real story there. There's no connection to the characters, even if your character is a character. That's something WoW always did very well, is having you as a character, but also other characters that you actually care about. I don't know, maybe that's just my interpretation. I'm wrong. Okay, I think I can safely close that. Preparing 64 shaders. Plus one more. I'd love to be able to look over and see that those two are now working correctly. And it turns out it was just a temporary rendering glitch. Alright. And the answer is no. Open this up. Very small field distance. Okay. Well, water looks okay. Okay, if I enable nanite support, and then disable nanite support, did I fix it? Because if I can find a solution here in Unreal Engine, I can then, you know, if I can find a solution in the engine, and then bring that, you know, I can try to figure out what, you know, the error is. Alright, build settings. Support ray tracing. Okay. So by disabling supporting ray tracing, I fixed that. Now this looks like the material for the water is wrong. It is. It's not the last one for some reason. According to this, we have like one additional material. Are these somehow off? Yeah, it's almost like they're off by one. So I can manually fix this for now. So do I need to turn off ray tracing support? Well, that seems to solve that issue. I always have to double side the water. Well, for right now, I'll just let that go, but I'm definitely going to have to make a note of that. That the shadows is being created by that. Why is this, however, having issues, and why is it looking like that? I just feel like there's something wrong here. Like there's... like the material is off by one? Yeah, that just looks wrong. It's like... I don't know, the X and Y get backwards or something? Why do... Wait. Why does none of these seem to match up? Oh... So those all work right up until we get to this guy. And then we're off by one. Okay. Why is this off by one? I don't know. And I'm not sure I want to know right now. Alright, let's get through the first 4. Yeah, we can probably get through the first 5 or so. So why aren't I going to, figure out what's going on with that? I don't know. I think I want to hold off and see if any others have that same issue. And there's a good possibility of it, but I also don't want to go digging into that right now. I want to get to the art part. I want to see how this looks. Stop harshing my vibe, man. Okay, what would cause an issue like that to happen to just one? No clue. I'm not really seeing that issue. That's like the only one that's having that issue. Makes me wonder, is that issue in live? I don't think so. The water would be rendered separately on their system, so... That's not what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to do these guys. And we have to go slow now because these are going to take a while. And you guys are probably looking at all this dirt up here and going, yeah, look, see, you got to fix that. And no, that's how it is.
Wanja Ya Huibon Suda Shingbea song hu guan shang fui liu long.
I wonder if this is if these are actual words. Or sound alike words.
Su we gu gi biao ja fu ma shui ya ni an fong du ja fu i ki wan ja.
Wow, this is taking a while to calculate. I'm using all of my RAM, but only 9 of it's being used by Unreal Engine right now.
Su we hu iguan bia denga shiji
Ah, here's an answer.
Ki shumeni sha
Hmm.
ni sha.
Ah. Question. There's a track in the Mist of Pandaria soundtrack called The Traveler's Path, which sounds like it contains Kolang, an invented language. Is that accurate? Yes. We went to our creative development team, and for certain NPC responses, they have already begun to spin a language. And we asked them to flesh out some words in English that, lead quest designer Dave Kosak had written. It's the story of Lu Lang and the turtle, Shen Sinzu, and why Liu Kang left Pandaria and came back was inspired by a video of Dave doing what he called story time, where he told of a story of Lu Lang and then realized that part the player experience that you weren't that you weren't necessarily going to realize you were on a turtle until you got on a balloon and went around to the island. So I thought, why not write a song that tells a story? Okay. Wanted to find the Pandaran equivalent of a Japanese song called Sakura. And it was easy for kids to learn and remember. A melody so simple that an ancient folk song where the words could change over centuries. Then we went through the process of vetting it with story people, making sure we weren't inadvertently saying something offensive in Chinese or any other language. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, there's gonna be a cave here. Oh, this is the starting point. This is where the undead awaken. I had no idea we were already there. Nice. And we got another cave right over there. So this is starting to look really nice. And yeah, 4 really kind of screwed us over with, almost. Dave was so excited that he made a whole quest line around the song. Okay, so it is a made-up language that they use for that song. Ah, Thunder Bluff. We'll get to there. Yeah, we're starting to get into the really heavily weighed down, bogged down parts of Azeroth. No more are we dealing with the random waters out in the ocean.
We've got some land to deal with.
Actually, that starting area for the undead is actually a perfect example of what a WMO is, because there's that underground crypt. That would be a WMO, while all the little all the gravestones outside, those would be considered doodads. Some you run into and have collision, others don't. I would love to be able to when we get done with this, to try and recreate gameplay, single player gameplay, mind you, of World of Warcraft. I think on one of my various projects I did try that, but I don't recall ever really getting that far with it. Now, in a more modern sensibility of how we would be doing this game, all of this would be a landscape, and all these masks that you see here would be, weights that we paint onto it to get the textures we need. And we could either make one massive material that has basically all the textures, or variations thereof, or we make a series of them that we paint in, and have maybe some other ones that have other collections. So we would have one that's basically Silver Pine Forest, one that's honestly I can't remember the name of that zone. Yeah, I don't have that listed right there. Okay, but yeah, Lordaeron area. And we can just paint with these as we need. And then when we get to the interim, we can just assign a new material that actually has a little bit of both. And that would let us do a transition area. And that's how we would do that. Now, when they started this project, most of these oh my god, look at these masks, and they all pretty much just match up, don't they? They shouldn't, but they pretty much do. So yeah, if we come here, I'm willing to bet if I hit the WMO button. Oh, we got 5. Spider mine, no kobolds. So here are the 5 WMOs. Although I'm only seeing 4. That, make up this one, piece of land. I'm guessing that there were 5, but one was an overlap. So that would be the spider mine. This is one of the houses. That's another house. And this... Let's import the doodads for this. So this is grabbing all the models that would be a part of this mesh and importing them. Let me save all that. And the nice part is, when I do this, they only have to import once. They don't try to import again. So the reason we did the importing first was so that we would actually have that when we build the blueprint. So now we're going to generate a blueprint. And now it's going to import the WMO model. And boom, there we go. Here it is. This is the WMO, complete with all the doodads. So if we, you can see some of them already here. We got lighting. Looks like some of the textures didn't come in correctly, because those should be spider webs, not cards. You can see we got debris and candles and lights and all sorts of stuff. And this is where you start out. So you just, up and out. So that's how that works. And when we get the next part, we can actually try and get some of these other ones. Anything else down here? Oh, okay. Alright, 32. Oh, 31. Let's go for another 4. Now this is probably going to get us pretty well into Silver Pine. Alright, we're already into Silver Pine down here. It'd be nice to build a system that does the zone music. We're not ever going to build World of Warcraft from scratch like this. It'd be fun. Don't get me wrong. It would be fun, but that definitely breaks some copyright issues. Right now I'm just building the tools, and it's illegal to use them for anything but machinima. Although I'm sure people will do that, I don't support it. But it is a lot of fun to just kind of look and see how it's built and how you could convert it over. I'm sure there's going to be at least 1 or 2 people at Blizzard going, he did most of the work for us. We just have to get the gameplay moved over. And we don't have to manage our own engine. To which I say, you can buy my code. No, you can't. You can lease my code. My plugin is a service. Yeah, but you streamed most of it. Are you going to sit through 25 episodes of 4 hours long streams trying to copy as much code as you can from by hand? We can pay our own guy to do it. Okay, do the math on that. And then multiply it by how much you usually have to pay a programmer. Me getting most of this done for free, basically, for you, uh, is very different, and it would actually cost you a lot less money just to lease it. Because you're not going to need it for very long. Just got to get all your assets in. Oh, I forgot that I was going to close that. Oh well. My, this is taking a while. But, you know, this is the part I figured would take the most time. What the hell is... Where's all my RAM going? I don't think that's right, but okay. Okay, how's it using more RAM now, but at the same time less? Because I looked over and I saw, oh, Unreal Engine's using 10 gigs, and why am I pegged at 99% RAM? Okay. We had another one. Now this one's got a hole in it, but that shouldn't matter. That leads me to the question, is this one also offset? Having two of these actually helps a great deal, because now I can look at commonalities. I just have to wait for everything to save, because if I dare make a move without saving, I will lose progress! Oh. Could I combine MCOWs into a single texture? Yes, but the hard part would be actually building the material to understand to only use a fraction based on the indexes. It might solve that tiling issue, that border issue that we've been having to deal with. No. As much as that sounds like it would work, the masks aren't all identical like some of them are. They aren't, masking the same things the same directions. And there's no real way to be able to for me to be able to teach it to do the right thing. I guess it is probably the best way to put it. Alright. I want to take a look at this guy. Well, 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 what do you know? These guys are also off. So, why are you off? Oh my god, okay. So, why is that one off, but these aren't? If I tell this one to just recreate itself, will it fix itself? Could it be a calculation error of some kind? It's not looking like it. Looks like for some reason or another, the materials, it's using the first material in the first material instance slot. Why is that? So basically in these instances, comes here, terrain asset path. And then the mask list is somehow empty. Wording here, which means right here is the castle. All right. Save real quick. I don't know. It's weird. It's telling it to use the basic one for the first node. Something's not right. I'm guessing it's the same issue on the other one too, so let's do a build. And we'll just see if, adding this, mask list contains. So the list has to be 0. And no, not and, or. So mask list needs to be 0, or mask needs to not contain. No, that's not it either. I think that was fine. That was fine. Something was causing it to use the instance and not X and Y. So material name instance. So that's creating the material name, the terrain material, based on the terrain material instance, or it returns it if it does find it already exists. And then we set that. You know, let's do a where is there's one. Material instance name. %s. So this will tell us what the material instance name is. And hopefully we can figure some stuff out with that. Could also be something in here. Now this should be getting material ID 0. No, I don't think it's anything here. Don't need you. Don't need you. Might need you too. Yeah. Wait, where'd actor go? There it is. This is where we tell it, where we assign the material. Index %i, index y, %i's. All right. So now we'll know what the material name is and what our indexes are as we build this. So we're going to get a little inundated, but it should help give us some idea of what's going on? Question mark? Yeah, as much as I would love to turn this on, I'm not certain that's what it is. Although, that may be a factor. Except no, it shouldn't be. It should not be a factor. Actually, in looking at this, I'm not certain how we're doing what we're doing, but we're doing it. Yeah, this should be or. Okay, did I actually start that or not? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, I actually did. So I'm just going to cancel that. And we'll see how our logs turn out, and this change will help next time on WoW Importer Z. While we wait, I want to see how what the WoW, what the not WoW status, Star Citizen status is. I'm guessing it hasn't changed. Because we have been experiencing some pretty severe Star Citizen outage. Which is sucky. Oh, they're up to a partial outage rather than major outage. Let's see. Reduce severity to partial outage while we evaluate the outcome of infrastructure maintenance. I'm going to have to test that afterwards. But yeah, they have not been doing very well. I mean, the game was unplayable over the weekend. Friday, once you got in, it was pretty decent. But after that... Not to mention that they've been, talking about a partial wipe. But, that was said probably in confidence from a customer support agent who then had that posted on the on Reddit. And so CIG had to comment, if we have, they basically ended up having the comment saying, we don't think we're going to wipe, but if we have to, you don't have, it's not going to affect your wallet or your reputation, just your items. But we do not currently expect to wipe. So now everyone's expecting a wipe. And it's only getting worse because people on YouTube are posting, oh my god, a wipe's coming! End of the week, you're all doomed! Don't spend your money! Not like we can get on to get money. Okay, so I'm going to rebuild one of them, see how it works. But yeah, it's just weird that we are off by one. It's like, wait a second, we're off by one? And everything seems to be working. Material ID is 0. Add that. We get the material data for 0. If we're chunked, layer mask and mask contains index. No, that should work. I mean, all I can think of is for some reason our material is not updating the last material. Except some of them are. as we load more of Azeroth, this is going to get... There's going to be more and more to load before we can get in. It's only going to get worse from here. That's what got me thinking. Could I put all of the MCALs into a single texture that gets applied to the whole ADT? The problem is, if we break the ADT up into 16 by 16 sections, that means we need to take that texture and do a 16 by 16 cropping of it in the material with proper offsets. And even then, that's no guarantee it's going to work. And as things get scaled up, there's no guarantee it's going to swap around and look good. I don't know if I want to try and set it to nearest neighbor, or basically scale them up to a more preferable size. I mean, they're 64 by 64 pixels right now. We take it up to 256. That's quite a bit of scaling. The Tower of Karazhan. Alright, it's getting late. I'm thinking I might end this soon, but I do want to see what the results of my tests are here. Ugh. Glad I put, Azra and Kalimdor on 2 different continents. Alright. Why does it almost look like it works now? Okay, it doesn't. It almost did. Alright, let's see. Tools, window, output log, create terrain. Okay. Index 15, index 15, alright. So we want what's effectively the first one. So yeah, for some reason, this one is seeing index 1, indexes of -1 and +1 on this first round. if I build this one? What does it say? I do have to ask why it's giving me an indexes, blank indexes on the first one. Yeah, let's see. This one's doing it too. So why isn't this having problems? And then this one is. So both are processing 0, -1, -1. What we probably have to do actually, let's do that. That way it's always up to date. It's always up to date. Don't save anything. And it could be as simple as this. And this somehow we're getting lucky on the others. Were the others the aberration, and this one is the rule, and the others are the exception, even though the others look like they're perfectly fine? Matter. So we're testing two things. We're seeing if the indexes have shifted on this, but we're also checking in against, this. We're seeing that we're making sure that the layer mask is not contained, and that's what swaps that over. So either one of those could solve the issue.
Let's find out.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're finding out.
Oh.
Alright. Built. Let's open this up. And probably one way or the other, this might be our last time opening Unreal Engine tonight. Oh, I'm just getting a little tired and hungry. And I desire to watch John Wick. Actually, I don't anything else to watch. Yeah, I like John Wick, don't get me wrong. Loading would be so much faster if we didn't have all these mcal files. Yeah, I think this will be the last time I load it up because it's probably going to take me another 5 minutes just to load. Every single time. Loading files. Ugh. Gotta find a better way. These mcals are the death of me, I'm telling you. They're definitely taking way too long to let me load. 256 materials, 256, textures per ADT. And that's on top of the actual textures. Okay. Let it finish preparing the textures. Create material, create terrain. What? Oh. Oh, we borked it good. Okay. Yeah, this is thoroughly and utterly borked. So somehow, all of the all of indexes are -1 now. So that's all good. I don't know why this is not working. Why did it work there but not here? Okay, this is actually an instance where we do want this to be separated. Whereas this does not need to be. Correct? We just need to know if it's chunked and the layered masks are greater than 0. Then we need to set these to that. If the layer mask contains index, then we can actually, create a new material. Wait, wouldn't that just update the basic material? Oh, fuck. Yeah. I know what's wrong. I don't know why it's going wrong. You know what? Let's leave this in. Why is data material 0, index -1? Probably because we actually add that first. What if we do this? Is that sacrilege? Is that gonna be crazy? Does that just ensure that that's always going to be considered 1 and it's not going to give us any more negative ones? Probably. And -1 was how we're going to get past certain issues. Doing it this way might cause some problems. Let's find out. Crimson Hall. Might have to delete a lot of the other ADT meshes just so I can actually get this to load fast enough. But that's going to be a later thing, not a now thing. for it to actually load the files. Time to make the donuts. Okay. Well, they say it's a partial outage. Reducing severity to partial outage while we validate the outcome of infrastructure maintenance. Guess that means it's plausibly ready? Create. The biggest problem with this is mostly that it's offsetting the materials. Okay, here it's actually doing 0 twice. So does that mean it's a... Yeah, look, it duplicates and then it's up there again. So somehow we're getting a duplicate material, effectively. And we're never getting a -0, so... Unfortunately, I think that needs to stay the way it is. Yeah, that's probably the best way for it to go. Yeah. Which is now raising the question, why? Why is it duplicating the material ID on certain ones? The material ID starts at 0, is applied to the first group, and then we increase it before applying the new material to the second group. Okay. Creating new material with an ID of 1 for point block 0. Not setting block index block 0 to material ID 1. Material data 1. Okay, so it is actually, yeah, setting poly block to index. Yep. Alright, so it is actually grabbing the right material. So what the hell? What's going on? To a material with an ID of 1. Cows. I can probably hide a lot of that code now. Material instance name. And, you know, for this, it would grab that on index -1, -1, and that, but for some reason, it's assigning the values wrong. You know what, guys? I think that's going to be it for tonight. I don't know what's going on here. This is a very weird edge case. And it's nice that we have 2 of them, so it'll be easier to figure out, you know, what's going on. But at the moment, don't have a clue. That's it for tonight. I will see you Wednesday or Friday. I don't know what. Lately, I've been taking Wednesdays off. Maybe I'm just going to make that the new normal. I haven't decided. But hope to see you soon. Until then, good night. Have fun. Bye.